First, we will be doing a few questions on this topic, and then we will continue with some other topic. But the thing is, our vendor who is giving Xerox to us is having trouble with taking out so many copies. Said we are not accustomed to bring so many copies. So today morning we were supposed to give you the hard copy, but I guess it will come by afternoon. So one more day you have to look at the screen only. Okay. Question 2. First, make the format for profit prior to incorporation. First page, you will have the statement of P&L. Last 4-5 lines, you will draw for time ratio. Yeah. After this. So question 2. You liquidation check. Otherwise, she will. So, statement of P&L. But if we are doing it for 1 year, we will write for the year ended. But that at present we don't know. So, working note 1, time ratio. Doc, Doi, and Dofa. Now, this question number 2 was actually asked in CA final. It's a little old question, but it's a very wonderful question. In CA final, this was asked for 20 marks. Okay, a little old, but truly a very good question, covers lot of aspects. Okay, So, NR Private Limited was registered on 1st June 16. Registered means incorporated. Registered means incorporated. So, that is the date of incorporation. So, in your answer, in your working note, you will write date of incorporation as what? First, huh? First what? June. First June 16. June is what? 6 or 7? Huh. First June 16. Sometimes some people, when they are writing it quickly in the exam tension, they forget June is 6. So write JUNE June. No problem. No need to write it in figures. If there is words, write it in words. Institute accepts everything so long as you are correct. There is no fixed format. Then they have taken over the business of Aarti agencies effective from 1st January. So takeover means purchase. So that is date of conversion. So 1st January 16. But small things from first paragraph we come to know that this is NR Private Limited. Small things, whatever we come to know, we should keep on writing. The basic purpose of reading the question is to write answer. So as soon as you start reading the question, start writing the answer. Don't wait. Some people think I will read up to the last moment, then I will start reading again. You don't have that much time in exam. Then the consideration agreed is 4,80,000. Consideration means purchase consideration that the buyer will pay to the seller. It is 4,80,000. But I told you yesterday, purchase consideration is giving shares, debentures, etc. And that will come in balance sheet. So in this particular case, we are preparing only P&L. So ignore it. Interest at the rate of how much percent is payable? But at present, I cannot calculate interest on purchase consideration. Now see, to calculate the interest, we know that interest starts from 1st January 16 because that is the date on which the business is purchased. But we don't know when is the consideration paid because interest will stop when the consideration is paid. At present, we don't know on what date this 4,80,000 is paid. We don't know that. So I cannot make any entry for that. I cannot calculate interest. We will have to wait. Have patience. Then company issued for cash consideration. Now, how to understand this kind of language? See, company issued for cash consideration. So here, if I read only this much English, on one hand, there is company, other hand, there must be some people, which we call it as public. Okay. Now tell me, company issued means is the company receiver or giver? Company is issuing means company is giving. Instead of the word issue, they may say company allots means company is giving. Any such English where company is giving something, I will put an arrow mark like this. Company is giving, company issues. What does company issue for cash consideration? Tell me, the word consideration means something in. So that means company is giving something and in return, what is company getting? Cash. What has company issued for cash consideration? 30,000 equity shares of 10 at the rate of 11 and 7% debentures for 2 lakhs on which date? So what has company issued? Equity shares plus debentures. What has company issued? Now tell me, we are doing accounts everything for company or we are doing it for public? So for company, what comes in? So cash comes in, we will say for company cash debit. What goes out? For the company, what goes out? Shares and debentures, na? So shares and, where it is? Shares and debentures will be credit to equity share, to debenture. It means this cash account, equity share account, debenture account, will it come in P&L or will it come in balance sheet? So in this chapter, ignore. Because in answer, what are we preparing? Simple. But as a student, from now onwards, you have to understand the language and see what should come to your mind. I am showing you. Company issued for cash consideration. So in your mind, first thing, you should have a company. Okay, this is a company. Company issued means company is giving. For cash consideration, it means receiving cash. And any type of English where company is receiving money, company is giving shares, it means it is CA Foundation issue of shares topic. Which topic? Issue of shares. Simple topic. But all these are balance sheet items and we are not preparing balance sheet in answer, so ignore it. Correct? Now tell me one thing. This public who have given cash and they have got equity share. Let me say all girls got equity shares, all boys got debentures. Assume. So at the end of the year, all the girls who have given money to company, honestly, I want only the girls to answer. Boys should not help them. Would you expect some return from the company? Yes or no? Whatever company gives you in accounts, you will call as loudly dividend. Boys, you understood? On equity share, at the end of the year, company will give something return, that is called as dividend. But tell me, is dividend certain or uncertain? Company may give. Is there a compulsion that at the end of every year company must give dividend? Not necessary. May not. Okay. Now I want all boys to answer. Tell me, you got debentures from the company. What did you get? Debentures. So think about it. In future, will you ask some return or not? Yes. How much percent return you will ask? Why 7%? Because debentures are how much percent? 7% debentures. So you will ask return of 7%. Whatever 7% return you get, will the debenture holders call it as dividend or will they call it as interest? Yes or no? Now tell me, that interest is something that company will have to pay or may not pay. Are you sure? Is it fixed return or fluctuating return? Then in that case, it is an expense for the company. Yes or no? Tell me, on what date did you give this cash to the company? So your interest starts on which date? It will go on up to the end of the year or whatever is the final account date. Understood? See the difference between return on equity share and return on debenture. On equity share, dividend uncertain, may not. But on debenture, it is certain. It is expense, it is interest. This was one of the important points which maximum students missed in the exam. I don't know how they missed, but they missed. And as a student, you also, when you study certain topics in financial management called as ratio analysis, those are the topics, or cash flow statement. Cash flow statement you have done? Those are the topics in which these things will come repeatedly. Okay? So now we know that interest on debenture starts on 30th June, but we don't know when it ends. So I cannot calculate interest now. So two interest we cannot calculate. Interest on consideration and interest on debenture, because we don't know the ending date. So we have to wait, can't help it. But now after 30th June, look at the language again. Consideration was, tell me, settled means what? Paid. Which consideration are they talking about? 4,80,000 purchase consideration settled on same date means which date? 30th. So tell me, interest on consideration, this one is payable from which date? 1st January, that is the date of conversion, up to which date? 30th June, because that is the date on which the PC is paid. Correct? Now, if you look at your time ratio, see how your mind should work. Time ratio from 1st January to 1st June is pre-period. That comes to how many months? Calculate. 5 months. I don't know what is the DOFA date, so I have to wait. Go, man. Correct? But we have paid the PC on which date? Now look at the time ratio. 30th June means will it come after DOI? Yes or no? It means that full interest on purchase consideration, will it go in pre, will it go in post, or little pre, little post? That we have to find out. But you can understand all this if you are focusing on which ratio, then you can understand that. Correct? So what you will do is leave 1 or 2 lines below this and then write working note 2. Interest on PC. What is PC? Purchase consideration from DOC 1st January 16 up to date of PC paid 30th June 16, that is equal to, come on, find out and tell me, from 1st January to 30th June is how many months? How many months? It is equal to 6 months. So interest, therefore interest is equal to 4,80,000 into 6% into 6 by 12, 14,400. But this is not fully pre, not fully post. This is something pre, something post. Yes, yes, yes. Now for that, I will be very, very cautious. So I am writing here by the side DOC, DOI, date of PC paid. DOC 1st January 16, DOI 1st June 16, date of PC paid 30th June 16. Pre, post. Pre is 5 months, post is 1 month. Now this is how you should make out how to divide any amount in what ratio. And I kept on telling you yesterday again and again that everything, whatever is given in question, you have to look at time ratio to understand. If you look at time ratio, you easily get it. So 5 is to 1. 5 is to 1. This is the most easiest way. And by the way, I am writing every small thing. Every small thing I am writing, and I am also making you write. But this 5 is to 1, this working that we done besides it, in exam not required. You directly write 5 is to 1 when you are very clear about, oh, time ratio, I understood. That's fine. Why I am writing? Because November 23 is little far. After a few days you will forget what I said. More new things you will learn every day. So small things you will forget. So for my safety I am writing how you got 5 is to 1. Okay, how much will that be? 12,000 and 2,400. Understood? Then next, in addition to the items arising from above data, what English they have used? In addition to the items arising from above data, following items of income and expenses appeared. That means from the above information, some items will come. One item that has come is interest on purchase consideration. Correct? In addition to that, there will be one more item. Other income and expenses are given below for the year ended 31st December 16. Tell me if it is for the year ended 31st December 16, it means, if it is for the year ended 31st December 16, it means that is DOFA. So 31st December 16, DOFA. Find out how much is post period. 7 months. So how much will be the time ratio? 5 is to 7. Even in your main answer here, you may write for the year ended. For the year ended 31st December 16. When are you supposed to pay purchase consideration? When you purchase business. So 1st January you should pay. But when did you pay? So how many months it was in pre-period? Correct? This interest is totally for 6 months. But those out of those 6 months, 5 months are in pre-period. 1 month is in post-period. So now, once you get this DOFA, another item that arises from this above data, interest on debenture. Interest on debentures from date of issue 30th June 16 up to DOFA 31st December 16. Debentures are issued on 30th June. DOFA is 31st December. So for how many months will you give interest? Count 30th June. So will you take June? No. So July, August, September, October, November, December. How many months? 6 months, not 5 months. Correct? Now look at the time ratio and tell me these are 6 months in which period? 30th June starts in post period. So entire this 6 months is post. Tell me interest is equal to how much is the amount of debentures? 2 lakhs. Rupees 2 lakhs they have given. Rupees 2 lakhs. And how much is the interest? 7%. So 2 lakhs into 7% into 6 by 12. How much? And that's 7,000 fully post. Fully post. Understood? Then next, one by one, think and tell me very fast and quick. What are the incomes and expenses? First is sales. Second is, now remember in financial management, cost of sales and cost of goods sold, these two have different meanings. But in accounts, both means one and the same. Different subject, different rules. Don't apply the same rules to everything. In JKSC, therefore, all subjects taught by different teachers. At least look at their age, size, shape, and then understand. Oh, what he said for his subject, what he says for his subject. Never mix anything. Remember, financial management is a subject governed by principles of management, whereas accounts and advanced accounts governed by Companies Act. There is difference between the basic principles. So things are different. Okay? So sometimes you may hear the same word from different professors, but all things don't have the same meaning. Each person teaches according to the principles of his subject. Okay? So both means one and the same. Now if they give us some detail about cost of sales, we will do it like that. Otherwise, we will find GP as we did yesterday. Salaries. Now there is something called as including salary to Naru. Now who is Naru? We are not bothered. How much salary is paid to him, that we shall see. It will be something like manager's salary we did yesterday, but we don't know. Depreciation, time. Sales commission. But tell me, sales commission is given as 5% on what is the sales amount? So 2,70,000 into 5% will be how much? So actually they should have given us directly 13,500. Anyway, next, directors meeting fee will come in. Then provision for income tax. This is very, very, very important. Very important. Okay. Now listen carefully. Listen carefully. ICAI in their suggested answer has given different treatment, and in module they have given different treatment. Both are given by ICAI, but both the places different answer. Okay. Now we have inquired with the ICAI. We have good relations within the institute. Okay, because 90% of CAs are JKSC students. So we have good relations, but only that much, nothing more. Okay. So when we inquire with the board of studies, they say, sir, don't worry, papers will be checked correctly. I said, what is right? Suggested answer is right or module is right? And they give a reply, typical CA reply. Every time, no commitment. Sir, don't worry, paper will be checked correctly. What is right? That you only think. Now, as far as tax is concerned, I will ask you general knowledge. Have you studied DT? No. So general knowledge. Government of India collects tax from people, or people collect tax from government? Acha, government collects tax from us. Very good. First answer correct. Second question. Think and tell me. Government collects tax from people based on their photograph. This people looks beautiful. No tax. This is very ugly. Full tax. Is it? Huh? No, they don't look at the photograph. Correct? No? Okay. Third question. Do they look at the state from which you are coming? According to the state. A alphabet A. So all states that start with A, zero tax. B, 2% tax. Like that? Or do they take tax based on income? More income? Less income? But everybody who has income has to pay. So now tell me, pre-period, will there be profit? Post-period, will there be profit? So tax will be based on profit, or tax will be based on period? It will be based on. So tax must be divided in the ratio of net profit before tax. PBT. What is full form of PBT? Tax depends on profit before tax. More profit, more tax. Less profit, less tax. Understood? So, how to find PBT, that I will teach you in the question. Okay? Then, next is rent. That normally time ratio. Preliminary expense always. But dividend declared to be ignored because it is balance sheet item. Which item? It is not a statement of P&L item. Okay? So let it go. Next one. Sales for each month. What are they saying? So your mind should think month wise or period wise. Yesterday I told you something should come to your mind. So each month of July to December was twice the monthly sale of January to. So now look at this time ratio. Look at this time ratio. Tell me, if sales from January to June, but month wise is 11111, then from July to December it will be twice, means 2. So you have to write down the months and take total. Say yes or no. Now do you understand how your mind should think? Please say yes or no. So write down working note 4. Working note 4. Sales ratio. Please. When you are studying with me, no discussion, please. So, sales ratio, let sales from January to June be 1 PM. PM means Therefore, sales from July to December 2 p.m. But now you should think month-wise. So very fast, month-wise. You will start from January, end in December. You have to look at the time ratio. So Jan, Feb, March, April, May, June, July. But after writing the months, first bench, please don't discuss. After writing the months, what did I say? You should do pre-post. Pre is how many months? So count 5 months. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5 months, you should make incorporation marking. Now, look at it very carefully. Tell me, January to June it is 111. So Jan, Feb, March, April, May, and then next June also 1. From July you should make 2. Now this is the mistake that many will do. They will collect all 1s and 2s. Or they will think, oh, after this incorporation 2, 2, 2. No, this is purposely done. Very purposely done. So pre will be 5. Post will be, sales ratio will be. This is very purposely done. Understood? 5 is to 13. Then last 2 adjustments, very important. Adjustment 2, very, very, very important. Very important. Mr. Naru was a working partner in a firm entitled to remuneration at the rate of. Now see, those of you who are very, very careful about little words, tell me, working partner in a. Now I want you to look at this time ratio. See, again and again I have to change the screen. You please look into your notebook. Look at the time ratio. Tell me the word firm. Firm means partnership firm. Can be used up to which date? Date of incorporation. After incorporation date, can you use the word partnership firm or a joint stock company? So this Mr. Naru was firm partner up to how many months? And for 5 months, he was getting salary of how much per month? 1,000 from 1st June. Look at your time ratio. Tell me, 1st June is the date of what? He was made. So that very same person in partnership firm, he is a working partner. But when it became joint stock company, that same person became managing director, entitled to a salary of. So in your time ratio, tell me, from 1st June his salary will be every month 2,500, 2,500 to the month wise. You should think, no, because it is per month. Whenever they say per month means you have to think month wise. Correct? So can you find out Naru's salary? How much will be pre, how much will be post? Yes, but you will have to write down a working note for that. Working note 5, Naru's salary. Naru's salary. And here there is no assumption. It is actual 1,500 and 2,500. So you directly write the months only. January, February, March, April, May. Mark the incorporation. Now the space will be a little less, to write it in a slant format like this looks better also. 1500, but from June it became 2500. Tell me, this is his actual salary. How much actual amount did we pay him in pre-period? How much actual amount we paid him in post-period? 7,500 we paid in, and 17,500 we paid in. How much is total salary that we paid to him? Total paid 25,000. Understood? You have to look at pre and post. How much is paid in pre, how much is paid in post. Total you paid him 25,000. Correct? But now, before we go forward, I want you to look at the question and tell me, what is the total amount of salary paid? Out of that 30,000, how much did you pay to Naru? It means remaining 5,000 you paid to somebody else or not? So, in our working note, we need to bifurcate that. Write down after this, total salary given in question equal to 30,000. Total salary given in question 30,000. Naru's salary 25,000. Pre 7,500. Post 17,500. So others salary. So much of discussion. Other salary is 5,000. Now we will have to read the question further. Second adjustment, some part is remaining. Correct? If suppose they give us some information, we will do it according to that. If they don't give us some information, then we will say that this other salary is to employees who worked for us from first date to last date. Then I will divide that in time ratio. Correct? But now, all of you, I will wait for 1 minute. I will show the question on screen. In your notebook, you look at time ratio. In your notebook, you look at time ratio. All of you, please develop this habit. And tell me, what does question say about remaining? Remaining salary is to clerks employed during period 1st April to, look at your time ratio, spend 10 seconds, look at your time ratio. Look at your time ratio, tell me, employed during the period 1st April to 31st August. It means this 5,000 is for full 12 months or only for some months. If you look at your time ratio, tell me that some months are in fully pre, in fully post, or little pre, little post. So you will have to find out. Understood? So in your answer, this 5,000 in pre-post, but then below this you write date of join, DOI, date of leaving. Tell me, joining date 1st April 16. DOI is DOI 1st June 16. 1st June 16. Date of leaving is, so how many months in pre-period? How many months in post-period? 2 months pre, 3 months post. So you have to divide this 5,000 in what ratio? 5,000 is for 5 months. So for that you should take ratio also for 5 months. Correct? How much? But you know, this very small intricate points you can understand when you look at which ratio? Time ratio. Joining here, leaving here, in between incorporation. So this much pre, this much post. Correct? So very quickly write down summary. Summary. Total pre 7,500 plus 2,000. Total post 17,500 plus 3,000. So 20,000. Total salary should come to 30,000. Now, for the last adjustment, once again, everybody look at the time ratio that you have. Look at the time ratio in the notebook. Look at the time ratio in your notebook and tell me, Ravi owns premises. We are not concerned with who owns premises. Tell me, he charged rent at the rate of up to which date? And 700 per month. Look at your time ratio. Look at your time ratio. Tell me, are we going to look at it from pre 5 months, post 7 months, or month wise we have to think? So tell me, in January rent was, come on, answer. February, March, April, May, June, but from July it became. So you have to write down the months and then find pre-post. Don't collect 300 and 700. Do pre-post. This topic is about pre-post. Again, actual figures are given. So actual answer. Working note 6. Working note 6, rent. Write down the months. But after that, first draw this incorporation line. Then from July you change. Purposely 1,300 comes in post. Most people I have seen, when we check their papers, we see they make a mistake. Either they will collect or 300 and 700, or they will think, no, 1,300 on the post side looks bad. Let me make it 700 only. Don't do that. How much pre? How much post? Total rent. Total rent. How much? How much is given in question? 6,000. So don't find ratio. This is actual answer. Correct? When you write actual figures, you get actual answer. No ratio. Otherwise, you will take ratio and divide 6,000 again only. What is the point in doing that? Now, actually, the question ends here. Prepare and cancel this word account. It is statement. Prepare and statement showing amount to be treated as capital reserve and revenue profit. But now, two things remain. One is, tell me, is there any information about this cost of sales? Sales information we have, sales ratio we have. Any information about cost of sales? So what did I tell you yesterday? Nothing is given, it means cost of sale ratio is equal to, and therefore GP is divided in sales ratio. So in your answer, next working note, working note 7, assume cost of sales ratio equal to sales ratio. Therefore, find GP and divide GP in sales ratio. Sales minus cost of sales is equal to GP. So very quickly look at the question and tell me how much is sales figure. 2,70,000 and 1,62,000. So 2,70,000, 1,62,000. GP is how much? 1,08,000. Make it pre-post. Sales ratio. What is the sales ratio? 5:13. 1,08,000 divided by 5:13. I hope you know how to use calculator. How much? 30,000 and 78,000. Okay. Now see, one thing that I have to teach you is profit before tax ratio. Now for that I will be using the answer only. Okay. So you have to solve everything with me. Neither go ahead, neither remain behind. Both are not good. Tell me, revenue from operation. Revenue from operation. there is only one item, gross profit. A little quickly, please. I said, please don't talk, don't discuss the solution. Tell me, how much is the working note number? 30,000 pre, 78,000 post. Then expenses. Now, second bench, you went ahead of me. Okay, so just check whether you have taken everything or you missed something. Just check, huh? Now see, when we write expenses, what will student do is look at the question, and expenses they will start from salary, depreciation, commission, this. Did you do that? Correct, no? But from this first paragraph, look at your working note number 2 and 3. Did you get interest on purchase consideration? Yes or no? And did you get interest on debenture? Are these 2 points given in this incomes and expenses? So that was the hidden adjustment that we had to take. That is why in English they said, in addition to items arising from following items of income and expenses. Means those 2 items are not given here. Understood? So, write down those 2 first. Interest on purchase consideration. Working note 2. It is how much? 12,000? 12,400 and? Acha, 12,000 and 2,400. Okay. 12,000, 2,400. Then interest on debentures. Working note 3. In pre-period it is dash. In post-period 7,000. So these 2 are hidden adjustments. This you need to remember, hidden adjustments. When I write HA means hidden adjustment. Then next, salary. But for that we have prepared working note. Tell me, what is the working note number? 5. So salaries. Come on, tell me how much is pre? 9,500 and 20,500. Then make it a little fast. Depreciation amount is 1,500 and we have to divide that in which ratio? So depreciation. What is the time ratio? 5:7. So tell me, pre will be 625. Post is, please use calculator. Then next, sales commission 13,500, divide in sales ratio. Sales commission. Sales ratio. Sales ratio is 5:30. So how much? 3750 and 9750. Then what is the next one? Directors meeting fee 1200 post. So director, I hope you no, you have not yet done company law, no? So when you do company law, you will understand that directors get fees to attend the board meetings. Every month there has to be at least one board meeting, and for that they get some fees. It is not free of cost. Then provision for tax not now, last. Rent. Rent, we have made a working note. How much? Working note 6, no? Yes or no? How much? 1500 and 4500. Then next is preliminary expense written off will be post. So preliminary expense written off. I don't know the full spelling of preliminary expense, so I am writing short form. How much is the amount? 1800. Tell me, will you write dividend? Will you write dividend? Is it a P&L statement item or is it balance sheet? Now tell me one thing. Shh. Now listen carefully. In this incomes and expenses, have you written tax or you have not written tax? So if you are not writing tax and you are doing income minus expense, then whatever profit you get is profit before tax or after tax. So now take pencil in your hand. Take pencil, all of you. Take pencil, and I am trying to write with some other color. I don't know if you can see the color on the board. Is it all one and the same only? See, Apple is not good. Our normal Indian make is good. Lenovo, Pentab. At least we can see different colors. Here I can see only one color. Cha. So take it with pencil. Take it with pencil and write profit before tax. But write it with pencil. Write it with pencil. Tell me, first, pre-period, 30,000 minus 12,000 minus 9,500 minus 625 minus 3750 minus 1,500. 26. So you are writing with pencil, huh? 2625. Similarly, find out for post period. 29,975. So tell me the total. Total. 32. Write it in basis column. 32,600. But all this is with pencil, huh? Now when I write it with the red color, it means it is pen. Okay? Now tell me, how much is tax amount given? Provision for income tax given is how much? Now look at your answer. Look at your answer or the screen, whichever is closer. Tell me, this 8,000 is tax on total profit, pre-profit or post-profit? It is definitely on total profit. Correct? So, provision for tax. Provision for tax. Take pencil and write it 8,000 below total. No, provision for tax in pen, but only that figure 8,000 in pencil. Now, how much in pre, how much in post, cross multiply. Cross multiply. This means it is profit before tax ratio. This cross multiplication is nothing but ratio. Round off to the next number. 644.17. Ignore 0.17. 644. But how to take post? Now write it with pen. 644, write it with pen. How to get post period? Total is 8,000 minus 644. Whenever you get in decimal, first find pre. Cross multiply, find pre. And post less from total. Whatever comes, you write there. Understood? Everybody? Now, one circle up and next line another circle in post. Two, 619. 19. So this you will say transfer to capital reserve. And this you will say transfer to P&L in balance sheet. Understood how to do provision for tax? It is the ratio of profit before tax, but ratio means cross multiply and find. We don't again find ratio and do time pass. Straight this only in the answer. But after this, to tell the examiner we know something about it, put a star mark and write below. As per module, provision for tax can be alternately taken in post period only. In suggested answer, they are dividing it in profit before tax ratio. So we are doing whatever they give in suggested answer. But in module, they are showing it in post period. Some revolutionary person may have made it. And just let me tell you, why this difference comes. In suggested answer, it is different. In module, it is different. Because suggested answers are prepared by a council, you can say a group of chartered accountants who are in teaching line. Module is made by, maybe one chapter is made by 10, 12 different persons. So every person has his own idea. Somebody does like this, somebody does like that. So it is a complete mess. And that is the reason why we have business. Because if they are very proper, then where will I go? So they are doing some mischief, and so we are happy. Okay. Now, last two questions. Next question, again a very simple but slightly new. Draw the format. Again, we lost around 10-15 minutes today. Huh? I hope I don't know in this recording who is writing something. I don't know. There's a new system. We had our otherwise normally we use Indian system. Our Indian PC, Indian pen tab works very well. This apple, half-eaten apple, God knows. And that also comes anywhere. Now, where is this page? The problem will be exactly at 9:30. This break will be given for the students who are going and then coming back. It is difficult to then keep everything at par. Okay, so make sure that little things a bit quickly. Otherwise, there is mismatch. I cannot keep because in evening batch there are a few lesser students. Things go faster there. Then some students will miss something. So P&L statement for the, now whether it is year ended or not, I don't know. So particulars, basis, then working note 1, dog, doi, dofa. A very simple question, but this question has a little bit of, you can say, a little bit of adventure by ICAI. The same question was given in RTP. Okay, and for at least 5 attempts, they gave wrong answer continuously. Then same question was asked in exam, and then we were proved correct that whatever we were teaching were correct. So in suggested answer they changed it. But 5 attempts RTP wrong answer. I will tell you what the mistake was. In fact, me telling you is something different. You will only tell me. Okay, come on, let's start. New Ventures Limited was incorporated on 1st July. Now see, sometimes they say registered, sometimes they say incorporated. Different words are used. So 1st July, slightly quick now. 1st July. 1st July 16 DOI. Then, with an authorized capital consisting of 5,000 equity share of 10 each to take over the running business of Rundown Brothers as from 1st April 16. So 1st April 16 is date of conversion. So 1st April 16. Now, the name of the company is New Ventures Limited. Small things you please write down. Most people will ignore all this. Now tell me, following is the summarized P&L for the year ended 31st March. So 31st March is DOFA. 31st March 17. Very quickly, can you tell me how much is pre, how much is post? 3 months is pre. 9 months is post. So 1 is to 3. Are you done? So now tell me, this is for 1 year. So you will write statement of P&L for the year ended 31st March what? 17? 31st March 17, not 16. Okay? Now, one by one, everybody look at the question. Tell me. Tell me. This equity share, authorized capital, is it P&L statement item or balance sheet item? To be taken or ignored? I thought everybody will shout at that time only. I did not speak anything about it. So I thought you only will say. But you give me chance to speak everything. Okay. Tell me, sales. Now see, some dates are given. Look at your time ratio. Look at your time ratio very quickly and tell me. 6,000. Look at the dates. And 19,000. Are you sure? So you got the sales ratio easily or not? Can you be also lucky or not? Every time you are unlucky, is it true? What? Yes, sir. No, sir. So write down sales ratio. Sales ratio given pre 6,000, post 19,000, 6 is to 90. Correct? Now, 6 is to 19. Next, expenses are given, cost of sales. Now again, we will wait up till the last moment. Otherwise, find out GP. But right now, I don't know. Tell me, administrative expenses, which ratio? Come on, come on, come on now. Last two questions are remaining in classwork. So please answer. Selling commission. Goodwill written off. Anything written off will come in. Interest on PC. PC is paid on which date? Now tell me, look at your time ratio and tell me 1/12/2016. Is it fully post? Interest on PC starts from which date? Date of conversion. And it ends on which date? 1st December. Is it fully pre, fully post, or little pre, little post? So working note 3. Write down working note 3. Interest on PC. Now in this question we don't need to find the amount. They have already given it. Only you have to find out the months. Doc, DOI, date of PC paid. So, DOC is 1st April 16, DOI is 1st July 16, date of PC paid is 1st December 16. So, how many months pre? How many months post? 3 months pre, July, August, September, October, November, December. December you will take? Why? Okay, so 5 months. So in this question, you don't need to find out the interest amount. Interest amount is given. Only divide it in 3:5. So, working note 3:5. Okay. Distribution expenses. This is important. Tell me, 60% is what? So, therefore, remaining 40%. Therefore, balance 40% fixed. Tell me, variable. Variable varies with what? It is linked to what? Sales. So it will be coming in sales ratio. But fixed depends on. So you make a working note. Working note 4. Distribution expense 1250 is given. Distribution expense 1250. Working note 4. Distribution expense given 1250. Variable 60% equal to how much? 750. Balance fixed is equal to how much? 500. And whenever question gives this kind of things, no, you have to understand that if one is sales ratio, then the other part must be time ratio. Otherwise, there is no point in giving such an adjustment. This is absolutely your presence of mind. Pre and post. Time ratio. Time ratio is 1:3. Only when these two things are done differently, they will give you. Otherwise, there is no point in giving you like this. Find out pre. How much pre? Variable. Variable 180. Post. Find out how much is pre. 500. 1 and but after this, write summary. Total pre 180 plus 125. Total post 570 plus 375 945. Total so whenever such adjustments are given, if some part is sales ratio, the remaining part must be time ratio. You have to do it like that. Then, next, preliminary expense written off, post, debenture interest, depreciation, director's fees. Okay, net profit ignore. Then next adjustment, next point important. We are doing this question only for this reason. Tell me, company deals in irrelevant information. Deal in any type of product, what are we bothered? Unit cost of sales was reduced by in as compared to So now tell me, is cost of sales equal to sales ratio in this question, or is there any change? So now tell me, in the earlier question, what did I say? When there is no such change, cost of sale ratio is same as sales ratio. So we will divide GP in sales ratio. Can I do it here, sales minus cost of sales? No. This was the important point. Now see, for this change, what we will do, make working note 5. Make working note 5. Now listen very carefully. Normally, cost of sales ratio is equal to sales ratio, that is equal to 6:90. Normally this is what happens, but question says cost of sales. Tell me, cost of sales, what did they say? Reduced by in which period? So, cost of sales reduced by 10% in post period. Correct? Now tell me one thing. Cost of sales, is it related to something sales or is it related to time? Businessman will make cost of sales when there is sales, or he will look at his watch and do cost of sales. So these two are related, no? If I relate cost of sales to time, is it in any way correct? For 5 times in RTP they related to time. Then when it came in exam, then they understood, oh, that is wrong. So they related to sales. 5 times it happened. And every time we pointed out, and they said, okay sir, we will do it. When they did not say, but I am happy they did it in exam. Correct? So now here, therefore, new cost of sales ratio is equal to 6:19 minus 10%. Use your calculator in this way only. 17.1. Now don't try to remove the decimal. Keep it like this. No, you can't. Even if you double, it will not become, the decimal will not go. Only when it is 0.5, if you double, decimal will go. Otherwise it won't go. Now listen. Now listen. The sales are in 6:19. Cost of sales is in 6:17.1. Same ratio or different ratio? So we have to actually find the GP. What we should find? Actual GP. Now see, for that, continue this working note further. You will write here pre, post, sales given 6,000, 19,000 minus cost of sales 6:17.1. Now everybody use calculator properly. Okay, listen. 6:17.1 in your calculator. What is total of 6 plus 17.1? 23 point. So now listen. Pre-period, cost of sale is 16,000. So on your calculator, 16,000 multiplied by 6 divide by 23.1, 4156. So now post period don't calculate. It will be 16,000 minus 4156. 16,000 minus 4156. How much? 11,844. Are Baba understood? Everybody? So you get gross profit. How much? 1844 and 7156. Understood? Everybody? So this was the most important point of the question. What? See, in this question they said cost of sales reduced by 10% in post period. If there is no reduction, then it is 6:19. But if there is reduction in post period, so post period you reduce by 10%. If suppose they say increase by 10%, add 10%, that much the ratio will change. It will not remain 6:19. Whatever change they say, you change it. They said post period reduce, so you change post period. If they say pre-period change, so change the pre-period. Whatever they say change, you do. This 4156. In your, what is the total of 6:17.1? 23.1. Okay, so this 4156, you will get 16,000 into 6 divided by 23.1. Do the calculator. And calculator and mobile calculator is different. No, those who are using calculator on mobile, they will get different answer. The functions are different. Use normal calculator. And how do you get this 11,844? 16,000 minus 4156. Out of total, you should minus pre, so balance post. Okay? So now, very quickly, complete the answer. Start with revenue from operation. Gross profit. Anybody tell me gross profit working note number? How much is pre? 1844 and 7156. Then expenses. A little quickly please, otherwise last question again something will remain. Tell me, administrative expenses. Administrative expenses. time ratio. Has anybody done? Always find out pre and then post. You minus from total and you get post. Don't calculate both, especially when they are in decimals. Always find pre first and then the remaining figure you put it in post. So that is how much? 442 and 1326. Then selling commission. Selling commission. Tell me, sales ratio 6:19, 210 and 665. Then goodwill written off post. Goodwill written off post 200, no? Then interest on PC 3:5. Interest on PC. Three is to 5. Working note 3. How much? How much? Come on, everybody check, huh? 140, 233. Just see, everybody, whether you get that or not. Distribution expense, working note 4. From that only you have to copy. Distribution expense. Working note 4. 305 and 945. Preliminary expense written off post. Preliminary expense written off post. How much post? 330. Debenture interest 320. Post. Depreciation 444. Time ratio. How much? 111, 333. Then director's fees post. So director's fees. 6 3 6. Okay. Check your answer. How come in that recording HT is coming? I don't know. That corner HT is coming. How it is coming, I don't know. And this green color is also not coming. Somebody is written that. Okay, everybody got this? Haha, I know. 2 hours gone means, oh, tired. Now, last question of this topic. Now, there is at least one question that I want to discuss from the homework section if time permits. Otherwise, I will wait. When some other thing is coming, I will do it. Okay, let the Xerox come and all that. And secondly, on Saturday, Sunday, see this time that we have to cover up. I think you will get a message from our office. They told me to inform you. Saturday, Sunday, morning lecture at 6:30 to 9:30 and 10 to 1. No, 1:30, no, 10 to 1. But it starts at 6:30. Saturday, Sunday. And now what to do? Low battery. Then how to make more battery? How to make more battery? Huh? Charger. Where is charger? Ah, charger. Ah. Okay. Last question for this. And it is a slightly lengthy question. So, little quick. Question 5. P&L statement. Charger. Tap charger. Vishnu sir, take. It's difficult to talk to him, but he understands. Somehow we understand each other. So hmm? Huh. Anna, this side, this side. Wait, 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 wait. Ah, super, super. So, okay, now, uh, huh, huh, but can't help it. Whatever it is, remaining is homework. So, question 5. Now, this question off late means in the last 10 attempts, they have not asked the sales ratio that is given in this question. So, this is a new type of sales ratio. Okay, new method, new way of doing it. But this kind of thing they have not asked in the last, I said, 10 attempts. Okay, what is new and when to follow this is what you have to understand. Kalpana Limited was registered on 1st July 16 to take over business of Natu Brothers from 1st April 16. So, Kalpana Limited registered means date of incorporation. What is the date of incorporation? 1st July. Business taken from 1st April. So 1st July, business taken from 1st April, this much is pre, When we get DOFA, we will come to know post. Now, the company was granted, now listen carefully. Company was granted certificate to commence business on 31st October. Now, this kind of certificate was required under the Companies Act before amendment. Today, as of 2023, this kind of certificate is not required. However, in your exam, many students confuse date of incorporation, registered, and commencement of business. They take commencement of business in time ratio. No, in time ratio you should take incorporation date only. This is a topic before birth, after birth. Commencement of business. There is no need for commencement of business certificate because business is going on since last so many years. Earlier, Natu brothers were doing business. That company, that business is purchased by Kalpana Limited. So business is already going on. Where is the question of commencing, starting? So that kind of thing is irrelevant. We have to see certificate of incorporation only. So that was one of the things people made mistake there. Then, from the following information, calculate the profit earned by the company in pre and post incorporation periods. Now, here DOFA is not given, but the hint is given in first adjustment. Sales during April to March 17 amounted to how much? 72,000. Tell me, April to March, how many months? 12 months. So, very quickly in your answer, your DOFA date 31st March. So, find out April, May, June, 3 months pre. And how many months post? 9 months post. So, the time ratio will be 1:3. Now, somehow, see all those direct entry students who will be going at 9:30. Next 20-25 minutes, very strictly pay a lot of attention. Something new, and at the most, what might remain is only the writing in the format. Okay, that you can do. Because in the evening batch, definitely this will be over in 2.5 hours. Now, trend of the sales was as under. Now, this is important. Until now, no question they gave us trend of sales. Now see, April, May, half the average sale in each month. Look at the language, average sale in each month. Now, for 12 months, 72,000. Can you tell me what is average sale in each month? Huh? Total sale is given as how much? 72,000. 72,000 is for how many months? So for each month, how much? So here, average sale in each month is equal to 72,000 divided by 12, 6,000. Correct? So now tell me, April and May, half the average sale. So average sale in each month is 6,000. So in April and May, it is how much? So 6,000 into 1/2, that is equal to 3,000. Then August, September and October, average sale in each month. So average sale is 6,000. January, twice the average sale. So 6,000 into 2, 12,000. February and March, half the average sale. So again 3000. Correct? Now, based on this, we have to use it to find the sales ratio. Okay? So, in your notebook, now since you don't have the textbook, I will have to ask you to write all these things in notebook. So, write down working note 2. Sales ratio. Otherwise, we would have done it in the marking in question only. But we don't have the question, so we will have to write it in answer. Write it in answer. Write down. Total sales. Total sales for 12 months given 72,000. Therefore, average sale in each month is equal to 72,000 divided by 12, 6,000. Now, from April to March, you will write down the months because time ratio starts from April. Leave one line and write it properly. Don't write it too close. April, May, June, July, August. After writing the months, always do pre-post. Now, based on the information in question, tell me April and May 3000. So April and May 3000. Then August, September, October 6000. So August, September, October. $6,000. Then January 12,000. So January 12,000. February and March is again how much? 3,000. So February and March 3,000, 3,000. Now tell me, have you completed all 72,000? There are some months remaining. Huh? How many months remaining? 4 months remaining. This is remaining. This is remaining. This is remaining. This is remaining. Correct? Now tell me, all of you, apply your basic arithmetic and tell me, in all these remaining things, can I write 6,000? Or I should find out how much remains? Totally 72. Out of that, whatever you have written, you remove. Remaining, you should. Correct? So, after this is pre, this is post. Leave 2-3 lines. Leave 2-3 lines after this. And then write total sales for 12 months given 72,000. Total of 8 months given above. Come on, tell me how much is total of 8 months? 3 plus 3, 6. 6,000 plus 6,000, 12, 18, 24, 24, 36, 39, 42. So balance 4 months. How much? 30,000. That is 30,000 divided by 4, 7,500. So 7,500. Here sales figure is given. So use the sales figure. Yesterday sales figure was not given. So we said 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 and all that. Here it is given, then why to make assumption? So how much will be the total? 13,500, 58,500. I can cancel zeros, no? So can I cancel 5 also? 135, 585. 5 also I can cancel? No. Only 0. You cannot cancel 5. That is wrong maths. No, you can't take like that. Divide both the sides by 45. No, I said cancel. Acha, that you can do. But instead of 5 and all that, directly 45. 135 divided by 45. 3. And 585 divided by 45. 13. So your ratio will be 3:13. Divide by 45, Divide by 45, divide by 45. So you get 3:13. But this was the new thing, very new thing. Then, this November 23, have you done costing? Okay, no problem. Next. Point number 2, cost of goods sold. Now, if they give us some information, we will do it accordingly. Otherwise, at the end, sales minus COGS. Then, rent and rates, which ratio? Now, salaries, now very carefully, Tell me, salaries you pay monthly to people or you pay 3 months, 4 months at a time? So your mind should think monthly or period wise. Tell me, salaries, there were how many employees in pre-period? How many employees in post-period? So now look at your time ratio and tell me, in April, how many people worked? May, June, July, August. So that means 3, 4, and then take the ratio. This is what I told you yesterday also. People will think, pre is 3, post is 4, 3:4. No, they are paid monthly. Correct? So working note 3. Working note 3. Salaries. So start with April because your time ratio is from April. Start with April. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. But how much is pre-period? 3 months. So you have to mark this first. Then 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. So how much pre, how much post? 9 pre, how much post? 36, no? So what is the ratio? 1:4. So this is working note 3, 1:4. Then bed debts will be in which ratio? But now again see, interest on which price? Up to which date? So tell me, is it interest on purchase consideration or not? So you need to prepare working note. Interest amount is given from doc to the date of PC paid. Find out. Interest on purchase price. Interest on purchase price. Doc, DOI, date of purchase price paid. Always remember, interest starts on doc. 1st April, 1st July. And interest is up to which date? 31st October. So how many months pre? 3 months pre. How many months post? So that interest on purchase price will be in which ratio? 3:4. Then tell me, expense exclusively related to company. So it will go in. Next, partner salary. Partner word will come only in commission on sales. Correct? Now, only the last important thing. After that, I will give you the break. We will complete the answer after the break. And direct entry students also will get all the information. Okay? 10th adjustment is important. And I am underlining one word. If you understand the meaning of this word, entire thing is easy. But you have to look at your time ratio and think monthly. Okay, see. Manager's salary is 10,500. Manager whose salary was 6,000 PA. PA means? So how much per month? Per annum 6,000. Per month how much? 500. 500 per month was replaced on 1st July and his successor is paid. So per month how much? Now please look at the time ratio in notebook and tell me, in April how much salary? Huh? May, June, July. Huh? 1,000 or 1,500? Why 1,000? Means old manager is gone. New manager is because of the word. And instead of replaced, if suppose additional manager. Huh? See how little word changes your answer. Yesterday we did additional, extra, rent, salary and all that. Today replaced. But if you look at time ratio, think monthly, you get correct answer. Understood? I hope you are able to now imagine things as I want you to do. Think monthly because it is monthly payment. Correct? So, write down working note, last working note. Working note number 5. Manager's salary. April, May, June, July, August, September, October. But don't forget to mark this incorporation. April 500, May 500, June 500. From July 1000. This is actual salary. So actual answer. How much in pre-period? How much in post-period? What will be total? How much is given? Understood? So this was the most important thing. Now, provision for tax, always in which ratio? Profit before tax. That pencil thing we did. Huh? So that will be during the answer only. Can't do it now. Donation. Tell me, donation is given. Naturally, it will be post. Because you have to always think, donation is given by whom? So, okay. Now, direct entry students, you make sure you do this answer in the evening and come. Okay. When you are in office, little cheating you do. On the top you say, the boss, I am doing working, and then you do your working. Okay. Everybody. So, after the break we will meet at 10 o'clock. Let it go. How open? Huh? Huh? 00 1 2 3 4. I know of. Computer illa. Ah. Okay. So now, okay. So now question 5. The last working here. Is the Zoom going on, not going on? Acha. On this screen only somebody has written HT. On this monitor. Ah, mischief. Huh. So, very quickly now, question 5. I think the last working note that we should do is for GP. Working note 6. Sales minus. Sales is 72,000, COGS is 18,000. So how much is GP? Yes, silence please. How much GP you got? 54,000. All akkas and annas. No, not like that. All akkas and their annas. Correct, no? All akkas and their annas. He did not like it. So, pre-post sales ratio. The sales ratio is 3:13. 10,125, 43, 875. So, GP is wrong. Why? No. 72,000 minus 18,000, 54,000. You find out 3 is to 13. No. 3 by 16. Ah. 3 by 16. So, revenue from operation, gross profit, working note number how much? 6. Arey, shh. Hey, silence. I know all of you have become very expert at this topic, but still you have to do it. 10,125 and 43,875. Then expenses. So begin from the first one. Sales we have done, then cost of goods sold done, rent and rates 4,000. So rent and rates, tell me time ratio. What is the time ratio? 1 is to 3. So it will be what? 1,000 and 3,000? Then salaries. But it is working note 3, 1 is to 4. So 1,800 salaries. Working note 4, 1 is to 4. How much? 360, 1,440. Then bad debts sales ratio. Sales ratio is 3 is to 13. So how much? 133, 135 and 585. Use calculator to calculate, at least do the acting. Interest on purchase price, working note 4, 3 is to 4. So interest on purchase price, working note 4, it is 3 is to 4, no? $270, 360. Then expenses related to company. Expense related to company. Post 2000. partner salary pre. So partners salary pre. Then commission on sales ratio. So how much? 90 and 390. Then, how do you know I will be doing group 2 after this? How did you know I will do group 2 after this? Then, manager's salary, I think working note 5, no? $1,500, 9,000. Provision for income tax is last. Donation post. Donation post. So now take the total with pencil and find out profit before tax. This you have to write with pencil. Pre 9,000. No. No, that is tax amount. What is the profit before tax? Total is 27. No, pre period is how much? 5270. Post period is 22,100. So total is 27,370. So now income tax, provision for income tax 1,000. That 1,000 you write it in total column and then cross multiply. Calculate the pre-figure. Post period you should minus and write. 193 means 1,000 multiplied by 5270 divided by 27,370. Whatever answer you get, then for post period you minus from 1,000. 1,000 minus 193. And then you have to take pre and post period profits. Okay. Yes, please. Everybody got the answer. 7077 and 21293. Now November 23, you have got PDF. The entire book PDF you have. First group, second group, both. Acha, link is there. So November 23 students, now in your mobile you look at group 2, and that link is there, no? What no? Group 2 link is not there. Huh? Why? Half hands are forwarded. And in Telegram you can't put any message. Okay. now now especially November 23 students, please pay attention. Now the topics that we are going to do are two topics from group 2, and there will be a few students who might have taken only group 1 and like that. Especially November 23 people, make sure you don't make a mistake of giving only one group. Give both the groups in November. Syllabus is likely going to change in May 24. That will create some problems, and then you will be torn between the old and new syllabus. So that is going to be a big ask, and therefore be careful about it. And secondly, giving both groups is advantageous because group 1 is scoring, group 2 alone is difficult. It has more theory, less practical, more problematic. And when you give both the groups together, there is an advantage of set off. Means higher marks in group 1 can hide a little lower performance in group 2. That advantage will go. Okay. Now in group 2, what topics we are going to study, some of which are related to loss making joint stock companies. Now nothing to write, first understand. Loss making joint stock companies. Now this basic that I am telling you now will be useful for two of the chapters that we are going to do now, and one that will be done in future. Okay, so understand the basic concept. When I say loss making company, it means the business is not running properly, day to day activity is not doing properly, they are making losses. This is the situation. Now always what happens is, in practical life, when there is a loss for a few years because of our past profit, we are able to bear the loss. Okay, even if we are doing loss, we will continue. It is possible for us because in past we have made profits, so we are strong to bear the loss. But if the losses continue, then there will be a time where you can no longer carry forward. Means you might say, enough is enough, I cannot go forward. So at that time, the company will call a meeting of every person. Means they will call a meeting, combined meeting of equity shareholder, preference shareholder, debenture holder, creditor, workers. They will call everybody whose name is there on the liability side for a meeting. That please come for a meeting. Then in that meeting, they will explain the company's present financial health, which is very bad. The moment the board of directors show the people, see how bad financial health we are. So immediate reaction is, everybody in the meeting will start shouting, and they will accuse the board of directors. What have you done? This, that. Come outside, we will beat you. And everything will happen. And board of directors will just stand like that. So after 5-10 minutes or half an hour, all that hangama is over. Everybody is tired. Then directors will say, okay, now let's start the meeting. Now in that meeting, there will be only two major decisions. There will be only two major decisions. Okay. First major decision is whether we can continue or whether we should close down. There cannot be any third possibility. Either we continue or we close down. Okay? Now see, just because at present I am sure all of you have not had a proper, you can say, study observation about various joint stock companies in India. So I am relating this with something that you can easily relate, a little harsh but easy to relate. Like, for example, your CA foundation exam. Students join CA foundation, but there are a few people who are unsuccessful. So one attempt, negative result. Second attempt, negative result. Third attempt, negative result. Then parents will say, enough, let's sit for a talk. So parents are there, student is there, and then all of them will be talking to each other, and parents will ask finally, what do you wish to do? Do you want to continue or do you want to close CA and do something else? There can be only two possibilities. There can never be unending stories. Yes or no? In fact, when I was doing CA, I had seen so many uncles along with me giving exam. Means I was around 18 years old and there were people around me who were around 45, some 50 also, some above 50 also. So we were giving exam together, and many times it used to happen in during exams that when paper comes, we as doing classes and all, and also we are seriously writing the paper and all. So the uncles will look at the paper, think for some time, then some uncles will sit and some will go away. Why? He'll come next time. So it used to happen like that. In fact, they had a dream of becoming CA. It doesn't matter if they become CA along with their grandchildren. But now it is, life is not like that. Everybody knows there is a limit. So maybe 2 attempts, 3 attempts, and then decide whether to continue or close down. Correct? Mostly people might say, if it is like that only, then better to close down. Why continue? And always understand that failure, if you are able to understand why you failed, you make that correction and you will succeed. The problem is, even this goes for May 23 students. They appear for inter CA, this class test and all those things, they appear for exam. But if they don't get a very good marks, they will not sit and analyze what went wrong. I did not get good marks. Just they will leave the paper and then they will think, okay, I will start again. First find out what went wrong, then you restart. But people don't do that. Correct? So here, if suppose they know the problem and they feel that this problem can be tackled, then they may think of continuing. This is what happened during COVID. There were so many pharmaceutical companies, who were not doing good business. They were running into losses. So they were thinking of closing down. But during COVID, they had some invention, some new product, something new, and it was so promising that when they started doing that business, they were able to overcome their loss. During this COVID times, let me tell you, it was not only the pharma companies who were making vaccines, they made profit. During this COVID time, people were so scared that any pharma company comes out with any pill which says you will get immunity, people will buy it. So many people did that. So much of profit they made. So if there is something there, then they can wish to continue. And if the meeting they decide to continue, then there will be an event in the life of company which will be called as internal reconstruction. That will be the event. Okay? But those companies who decide to close down, no promise, no future, no matter how hard you try, no invention, nothing is there, no research, no development, then they will say, okay, now we cannot continue, there is no possibility of survival, so let us close down. Then closing down also possible in two ways. In two ways. One of the method is sell business to someone. There might be at least one company who will be interested in buying our business. Find that person, sell it to them. Like what Air India did. I don't know how many of you know the fact that Air India today is owned and managed by Tatas. But before Tatas purchased Air India, that company was having loss of more than 40,000 crores. Total loss of Air India in the last so many years went into 40,000 crores. So government decided 40,000 crores loss. Now government cannot continue with Air India. Not possible. Because that loss is too much. Government does not know how to do airline business. Then what is the fun of keeping Air India and incurring losses? So government decided, let us close. But to close Air India, government cannot go to each and every person in India and ask, you want aircraft? Take aircraft. So what they did, they sold the entire business to Tata. In that case, there will be an event of purchase business by somebody and sell business by somebody, which in accounts will be called as absorption. That will be the event. One company taking over the business of another company. Tata is an existing company. Air India is an existing company. Tata purchasing the business of Air India. Absorption. Okay? But if suppose nobody is interested in you, nobody is interested in you, and you want to close down, then you will have to sell individual assets and pay liabilities. In accounts and partnership firm, you call this as dissolution. Have you heard about it? Yes or no? Same thing in case of joint stock company will be called as liquidation. will be called as what? Liquidation. So these are three different events. These are all events that may happen in the life of a joint stock company depending upon what decision is taken at the meeting. So this is the basic aspect of all these three different events. Next time, if any person is going to teach you this events, he will straight away say, okay, we are going to do internal reconstruction. In the background, you have to understand there is a loss making company, there is a meeting, and everybody has decided to continue. That background music you have to understand. Okay, that is internal. When somebody says that we are going to do absorption, it means one existing company is selling business to another company, Air India, Tata. That example has to come to mind. And whenever somebody says liquidation, it means business is closed, nobody is interested in us, so we have to sell individual asset and pay the liability, just like dissolution. Okay, now in May 23, this one topic liquidation and another topic internal reconstruction is pending, out of which today we will be doing liquidation. Okay, now in liquidation, what are we supposed to do? Sell the asset and pay what? The liability. That is the work to be done. Okay. Group 2, please go, no problem. So the work to be done is close the business, sell the asset and pay what? The liabilities. Okay, now somebody has to do that work of selling the asset and paying the liabilities, correct? Now who will do that work? In case of partnership firm dissolution, partners will do that work. But in case of liquidation, there will be an official liquidator. There will be an official liquidator. Okay, now who can be an official liquidator? A person of very good repute, impartial, neither connected with anybody, nor shareholders, nor debenture holders, nor creditors, not related to anybody. Generally, these official liquidators are, you can say, retired judge from High Court, Supreme Court, this court, that court. Those people will become official liquidators. They have knowledge of law, so whatever work they will do will be according to law. Nobody will be having any problem. And the main job of the official liquidator is to ensure that after he completes his work, there should not be any injustice to anyone. That is the basic thing for which an official liquidator is called for. As a student, try and understand this fact that liquidation will be the last thing that will happen in the life of joint stock company. There is no further thing in the life after that. Liquidation means death of the company. Over, finish, full stop, no comma. Then if there is any injustice to anyone, then there is no remedy, because there is nothing remaining. That is why at the time of liquidation, you should take care and ensure that there is no injustice to anyone. That is the purpose. Okay? Now, how will this official liquidator perform? First of all, understand what exactly happens. I will give you this background story as it happens. and therefore in your mind there should be clarity about what is going to happen in liquidation. Once the meeting takes place, the company's board of directors will inform the judge in which state the company is registered. Okay, if suppose the company is registered in Tamil Nadu, then the board of directors will inform the High Court judge of Tamil Nadu that see, we are going to close down. Then the judge will be appointing an official liquidator. The first thing that liquidator will do is, suppose the liquidation is taking place on 31st March 23. Then judge will come on 1st April 23. This means official liquidator will come on 1st April 23. He will close down the factory. Tell all workers, go home. He will close down the head office. All employees go home. Nothing will remain. Only the security staff will be sitting. Group 1, okay. So, Xerox coming. It is come. Not coming. Coming today evening. Ask him to call, no? I don't know, whoever he wants to call. Get the Xerox, that is important. Yeah. So, now, I said on 1st April 23, the official liquidator will take control of everything that company has. Factory is closed, office is closed, everybody is sent home, only the security guards are standing outside. Otherwise, there is no activity. Okay? Now, what the official liquidator do is, he will catch hold of the board of directors. From the board of directors, official liquidator will take the balance sheet of the company, because official liquidator wants to sell asset and wants to pay liability. So detail of assets and liabilities are written in balance sheet. So official liquidator will ask the board of directors, give me the balance sheet. Okay. Once the board of directors give him a balance sheet, the official liquidator will first find out how much is estimated realizable value of assets. No, I call Xerox office, Xerox office. No, 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 no. You are also confused. Everybody is confused. Okay. So this there is some disturbance here. What I said is, the official liquidator will find out estimated realizable value of assets means whatever are the assets that company has, how much can it be sold for? And second thing that he will find out is how much to pay the liabilities. Now both of this thing will take time. In practical life, understand that official liquidator will take the balance sheet in his hands. Whatever are the names of assets, he will actually go and verify each one of them. He will find out that each asset is sold for what price. For liabilities, the official liquidator will give newspaper advertisements in all the national newspapers and tell the people that look here, this company is going to dissolve. So whoever has to take money from this company, come to my office with proper proof and I will include your name in the liabilities list. Just remember one thing, whatever is there in the balance sheet, liquidator will not accept it as it is. He will find proof for everything. Okay? That is what official liquidator's first job is. Once he does this job, the official liquidator will prepare a statement. This statement of affairs. This is called as statement of affairs. It is based on estimate. It is not real. It is an estimate of assets sold and liability paid. Now listen carefully. Liquidator will prepare this statement of affairs and give it to the judge of High Court. Judge will look at the statement. If assets are more than outside liability means except shareholders, then judge will say the company is solvent. But if assets amount is less than outside liability, the judge will say company is insolvent. Now listen carefully. There are certain things that we are going to study in this topic which even in your wildest of imagination you have never thought in life this can happen. Because these are points involving legal matters. And the basic fundamental fact, no injustice to anyone. So, this statement of affairs is a deciding factor whether company is solvent or insolvent. Depending on that, the judge will give powers to this official liquidator, judicial powers. If the company is solvent, means outsiders can be paid, then judge will give limited powers to liquidator to exercise his duties. But if the company is insolvent, then judge will ask the liquidator to do investigation and find out where the money has gone. And after his investigation is over, the judge will give more powers to liquidator and say, do what you can, get as much money as possible, but ensure that outsiders' liability is paid. In India, the Companies Act is designed in such a way that there is lot of protection given to outsiders' liability. Shareholders are the real risk bearers. So if they don't get money, judge says no problem. Because when you are buying shares, you are becoming a part owner of the company. So you have to take the risk of whether you get repayment of capital or not. But outsiders, they are not the owners. So they should not bear the risk. It is because of this very strong conviction in the Companies Act that in India you don't find companies getting insolvent, creditors losing money. Otherwise, during this COVID time, you go to Europe, America, everywhere, there are so many businesses which have been gone bankrupt. Everybody knows in India, this is the fastest growing economy all over the world. The reason is about our strong legal aspects. There has been so much of research, there has been so much of, you can say, fundamentals being made strong in the last 15-20 years, due to which our business is going strong, economy is going strong. Correct? This is statement of affairs. After that, when the judge gives power to official liquidator, after that, actually, the liquidator will sell assets and then pay liability. Actually, he will do it. Correct? Now, after actually selling the asset and paying the liability, liquidator will once again prepare a statement called as statement of accounts. When this statement of account is made, it means assets are sold, liability is paid, there is nothing remaining, so company is gone. Liquidator will give a copy of this statement account to ROC, Registrar of Companies. When the Registrar of Companies will get this statement, Registrar will understand, okay, now everything is sold, everything is paid, nothing remains. So Registrar will cancel the name from his record. And from that day, this company will not exist. Remember one thing in life, a joint stock company is formed by fulfilling legal requirements. So a joint stock company is closed after fulfilling legal requirements. Difficult to form, difficult to close. That is what the joint stock company is all about. Okay? Now finally, there might be a very simple question in your mind, that why would this joint stock company be required to close down? I gave you one example of loss making company. That is voluntarily, there is a meeting, voluntarily everybody decides, okay, we don't want to continue, let's close down. But there can be sometimes compulsory liquidation when the court orders this company dissolve, when there is any violation of Companies Acts, then it can be compulsorily dissolved. Judge will say no, whether you are loss making or profit making, irrelevant, you have violated Companies Act, so you should close down. That is possible. That is compulsory liquidation. However, as a student, when we are doing accounting aspect, whether it is compulsory liquidation or whether it is voluntary liquidation, doesn't make any difference. Your accounting aspect will remain same. So for you, that is immaterial. That is a legal point. And the funniest part is, today's syllabus, we are doing the accounting of liquidation in inter-CA, but the laws relating to liquidation is there in final CA law. So the legal aspect of this chapter you will study in final CA law, but accounting aspect in inter-CA. Now why this, I don't know. Okay, so there is a mismatch, but anyways, can't help it. Now, only thing, before we start doing anything, there are a few things I would like to tell you. From the past examination analysis, statement of affairs in last 10 years, means 20 attempts. they have asked only one question. Only one question. So in JKSC, we will do 2 questions in classwork. Correct? But listen, and see, when I told you in the first lecture, November 23, that you should follow the JKSC. Okay? Why so? Why I told you? That our analysis tells us in the last 10 years, 20 attempts, only once they asked a question on statement of affairs. But when you open the module, you will find maximum question on statement of affairs. And that too so wonderful that questions are half printed, some paragraphs are missing, but the solutions are complete. So if any student is studying very hard, May 23 especially, you tell your friends, May 23, if they are studying very hard, they will look at the solution, then they will try to find out where it is in question. It is not there only. So there is lot of mistakes, but we will still do 2 questions in classroom. Statement of account regularly asked in exam, regular. So in classwork, JKSC, we will be doing 5 questions. Okay? But there are a small 2-3 other related questions that we will be doing based on these concepts only. Okay? Now, before I go forward, there is one simple thing to be understood, that we will concentrate first on statement of account. After completing some questions on that, we will be doing statement of affairs. I will send some PDF files that you have to draw it as format and come. Okay? Now, in this statement of account, we have to first sell the asset. Now, I don't have to teach you much about selling the asset, except only 1 or 2 things. When you are selling the asset, no, they are doing some repairing job. Don't think this is liquidation going on. Now, at the time of selling the asset, some technical points, please understand. Now see in the balance sheet, listen carefully. At the time of selling the asset, there can be 2 words which are slightly required to be understood and remembered by you. Suppose you are having some asset here, machinery, say 1 lakh, and there is a liability, say bank loan, again say it is 1 lakh, both are 1 lakh, and they tell us that bank loan is secured by hypothecation. Have you heard about this word? Or mortgage. Have you heard about hypothecation and mortgage? Hypothecation or mortgage of machinery. Now listen carefully. Listen carefully. What does this mean? And what are the possible situations? Listen carefully, please. Number 1. When we say secured by hypothecation or mortgage, it means the papers of ownership of machinery are given to bank. Machinery physically remains with company. Company uses machinery in factory. The bank is given only the ownership papers. Machinery is not physically given to bank. Understood? Everybody? So if you are having a loan, by mortgage of house, then you only stay in the house, you only use the house, give the papers of your house to bank as security. That's it. Don't be under the impression that if you mortgage your house to the bank, it means you vacate the house, sit in the compound of society, and the bank manager sits in your house. No, house remains with you. You only use it. Only the papers, original ownership papers are with bank. Okay? Now what does this mean? That this machinery is with the joint stock company. So liquidator will sell machinery and liquidator will pay bank loan. Okay? Both job will be done by whom? The liquidator. Now listen, when liquidator is selling the asset, there can be three possibilities. This is called as a fixed charge. Means only machinery is given as an asset. Okay, there can be three possibilities. Machinery selling price 1 lakh and bank loan payment 1 lakh. Exact selling price and loan amount same. So there is no surplus or deficit, no problem. But sometimes the selling price of machinery, selling price 2 lakhs, but bank loan only 1 lakh. So there is a surplus. Surplus of how much? So liquidator will not give 2 lakhs to bank. Liquidator will give only 1 lakh to bank, and then remaining surplus 1 lakh liquidator will use to pay other liabilities. Okay? Whatever is payable, that much only he will give, not neither more nor less. But if suppose machinery selling price is only 50,000, but bank loan is 1 lakh, that means there is a deficit. Deficit of how much? Then liquidator will have to pay another 50,000 to bank. But for that deficit, bank does not have any security. Their security is sold. Now they are unsecured. They don't have any security. Okay? This is fixed charge. Sometimes there is something called as floating charge. Something called as what? What is floating charge? Say for example, there is a transport company. They are having tempo as asset, and they have taken a bank loan on tempo. Okay, now see, understand one thing very clearly. What is floating charge? I am telling you what is floating charge. Listen to the example properly. This fellow has 5 tempos. The number plate of tempo number 1, is say TN05L1234. And this tempo is given as security, secured by hypothecation mortgage of tempo. So the bankers have given loan to buy this tempo. But this is a transport company. So will the tempo always remain in garage, or it will be moving about? It will move? Yes or no? Sure? So now tell me, if this tempo is gone somewhere for delivery, Kerala, Kashmir, Kanyakumari, and these people are not paying the EMI, so bank will come and tell them, pay the EMI. This fellow will say, no, we are not paying EMI. So bank will get angry and say, where is that tempo? The owner will say it is roaming. Now if they are not paying the EMI, then bank will take the tempo, no? But it is not there only, it is going somewhere. So will the bank people run behind the tempo? No. So what will the bank say? Okay, this tempo is roaming. What about this tempo? No, it is standing. Then bank will take this tempo. That is called as which charge? Floating charge. Understood? Fixed charge means can they take something else? No. Floating charge means they can take something else. Understood? Everybody? Last case, suppose on balance sheet asset side you have gold and here there is bank loan. Have you heard about Manappuram Gold Finance, Muthoot Finance, gold loan? Tell me, when you are taking the gold loan, you are giving papers of loan to the bank or you are giving gold to the bank? Huh? Are you sure? Is there a difference between hypothecation and mortgage on one side and this gold is given? It means it is pledge. What is it called as? Pledge. What is the difference? In case of pledge, the gold itself is given or only papers are given? So now tell me, this gold is with company or it is with bank? Who will sell the gold? Who will get the money? Liquidator will not do anything. If bank gets more money, then surplus bank will refund. If bank gets less money, then bank will take the remaining money. That is the difference between these words. Whenever it comes, pay attention. When it is hypothecation and mortgage, the work of selling the asset, paying the liability is done by liquidator. When it is pledge, work of selling the asset, paying the liability is not done by liquidator. It is done by that liability themselves. Okay, everybody? So now, as regards selling the asset, nothing much to explain. Only thing, when there is security, you have to do it carefully. But when it comes to making payment of liabilities, now listen, what is this actually going to happen? All the assets that are to be sold, tell me, is it possible that liquidator will call one day the scrap dealer, sell all the asset, tell the, hey, take everything you take? Is it going to happen like this, or he will sell the asset one by one? Get the best possible price or not? Yes or no? So one by one he will keep selling the asset, he will get the best price possible. And whatever money he gets daily, he will keep it in an account, safe deposit. Nobody will touch it. But after everything is sold, he will count how much money is there in the box, and then he will start making payment to whom? But when the payments are to be made to liabilities, how is he going to make the payment to liabilities? Will he call all the liabilities owner to Marina Beach? Okay, make them stand in one corner. Make them stand. All liabilities are standing here. All of them. Okay, so many of them are standing here. Then liquidator will go and stand somewhere opposite side. And then from there he will shout, 1, 2, 3, go. So whoever runs first here, whoever comes first he will be paid. Will it be like that? Yes. No. It is not like that. This is wrong. Not like that. Liquidator will follow legal order of payment. What will he follow? Legal order of payment. Now very quick and understand. What is this legal order of payment? Okay, there are 10 steps. And in this entire topic, whether you do statement of account or whether you do statement of affairs, you have to follow the 10 steps. Okay, so one by one understand everything. Okay, first and foremost, the first step will be legal expense. Which expense? Now just let me tell you, you might have seen in movies where Rajni sir, he goes to any court of law, he will kick the courtroom door and tell the judge blah blah blah, and the judge will say okay sir. In practical life it is not like that. Okay, I will just tell you, in Chennai there is a Madras High Court. It is called as Madras High Court. It is not called as Chennai High Court. Okay, now I will tell you the experience of Mumbai High Court. I have not got the opportunity to go inside the Chennai High Court. In Mumbai High Court, the entire premises are air conditioned. Okay, here also I think it must be air conditioned. Now, what happens is, in summer, if you don't have proper environment to study, you can take your books, go to the high court, sit inside the courtroom. The judge and the lawyers and all, they will be fighting. You sit on the last bench and do your studies. No problem. You are allowed. You are citizen of India. You can go, you can do your work. Okay, but before entering the court premises, you have to make sure that your mobile is switched off. By mistake, inside the courtroom, if your mobile rings, you go 3 months inside the jail. You have to be very careful. Judge mobile rings, no problem. Anybody else mobile rings, you are inside. Severe penalty. Severe penalty. Okay. No matter how much the judge and the lawyer do funniest things, more funny than Kapil Sharma show. In fact, they will be doing any nonsense. You also understand, "Arey idiot, what are you saying, man?" Don't laugh. Don't interrupt. Do whatever you want. If you try to disturb them, you are gone again 3 months in jail. Let them do any nonsense. You also understand, "Arey, you both are doing time pass," but don't speak anything. You do your studies. Okay? Legally speaking, before judge hears anything, you have to pay legal expense. If you don't pay it, you are not entitled to do anything. So that is the first thing. Okay? Second legal order of payment is liquidator's remuneration. Who is doing all this work? So whose remuneration? He will not work free of cost. Okay? And let me tell you, this retired High Court judge, Supreme Court judge, how much money they charge. Okay, after I tell you, all of you will think instead of CA, I will become a judge. If you want to have a little advice from any High Court judge, he will give you an appointment by saying, say for example, in Chennai he is coming, then he will tell you at 11 o'clock I will be going to this building, so you come and meet me in the lobby, and in the lift I will talk to you. That will be hardly 2 then 3 minutes, max to max. But after you talk to him for 2 and 3 minutes, you will probably get a bill from his office of not less than 15 to 20 lakhs. These people are very costly. Supreme Court judge for 1 minute may charge up to 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. So you want to become a judge. But okay, But now I will tell you another fact. In India, to become a Supreme Court judge, you should have been a family member of only 50 families. There are 50 families in India. From that family only somebody can become a Supreme Court judge, otherwise you cannot become. Now why it is so, don't ask me. This is not a law class. I am just telling you the fact. This government is trying its best to break the stranglehold of these 50 families, but they are not allowing. They are not allowing. So, since independence, since Britishers' time, only those people and only they select the next judge. So only if you are from their family, they will select you as a judge, otherwise they will not select. And nobody else can select. It is like that. Anyway, liquidator remuneration. You will get lot of remuneration, become a liquidator. Next is liquidation expenses. Next is what? Liquidation expenses. Okay. Now this again, I told you advertisement expense and all that. All that will be paid by liquidator. Then fourth is secured creditors. Which creditors? Means these people who are having security. This security. Whether it is hypothecation, mortgage or whatever it is, that security, that is secured creditors. Okay. Next, fifth one, something new for you, called as preferential creditors. Called as what? Now listen carefully, what is this preferential creditors? They are ordinary unsecured creditors. They are unsecured creditors, but they are given preferential treatment. What are they given? Now, for example, we are all citizens of India, correct? But during COVID, first wave, when the vaccines were made, first vaccines were given to all people or healthcare workers. They are also citizens like us. Ordinary citizens, you also, me also, healthcare workers also. But at the time of vaccine, they were given preferential treatment. That is preferential creditors. Then came doctors, then came 60 plus, then came 40 plus. Like that it went on happening. That is preferential. Okay? Now, as per law, there are some rules, but I will just tell you now. Preferential creditors are government and employees. Who are preferential? But there are some rules attached to it that we will discuss after some time. Okay? Then, after that, point number 6. Liability secured by floating charge. Which charge? Tell me, did I tell you what is the meaning of floating charge? Everybody? Now, if suppose nothing is given in question, then you should always take debentures. Debentures as what? Liability secured by floating charge. Always. Okay? Then, point number 7. You will be having other unsecured creditors. Means creditors, bills payable, outstanding expense and so on and so forth. They will all be coming as other unsecured creditors. Preferential creditors are also unsecured, but they are having preferential treatment. So they get the payment, repayment higher up. Others get a repayment a little late. Everybody will get repayment, but who will be first, who will be second, who will be third, who will be fourth, and so on. Okay? Then, point number 8 will be interest on debenture up to date of repayments. Interest on debenture up to date of repayment. And finally, the last two shareholders, preference shareholder and equity share. So totally there will be how many order of payments? 10 order of payments. Can you look at the screen and repeat? Yes or no? Everybody together. Tell me, what is the first order of payment? What is the second? Third? Fourth? Fifth? Sixth? Seventh? Eighth? Ninth? And lastly, this is what we have got to remember. All these things are there in theory. Unfortunately, the Xerox has not come. I have been shouting since last 2 days, but it will come. They have promised, and I believe in their promise. Okay? Now, there is a 5-mark question on preferential creditors. Which creditors? Preferential creditors. Now, all details about these preferential creditors are there in our theory part. All this theory, first 2 paragraphs and all, whatever I explained, everything is written in English. Now, order of payment, legal order of payment, all these 10 steps are also given. Out of that, step number 5, preferential creditors, this is an important step. On this, there is one question. Okay, on this, there is one question. We will first discuss the question, and then I will tell you what is the legal provision. Okay, can't do both the things at the same time. Clear? So, look at question 10. I don't want quick notes. How to cancel? Where? Which dot? This. Delete. Arey, what man? Where it is done? Oh yeah, done. Okay. Question 10. Now, from the following details, calculate the amount of preferential creditors. Calculate the amount of preferential creditors which went into liquidation on 1st April 2017. So, in your answer, you will write question 10. Calculation of preferential and unsecured creditors. Yes, you will give the heading name of the chapter as liquidation. Give the name of the topic as liquidation. Liquidation of companies. Question 10, calculation of unsecured creditors but we will write preferential as well as unsecured both. So particulars, total creditors. Now generally creditors in liquidation means to whomsoever company has to pay. It is all called as creditors. Then preferential creditor and unsecured creditors. 3 columns. Particulars and then preferential creditors, total creditors, unsecured creditors. So now yes. So from the following details, calculate amount of preferential of the creditors of the company which went into liquidation on 1st April 17. Now listen carefully. This is the date of liquidation 1st April 17. So listen carefully. Now, if the liquidation starts from 1st April 17, in this bracket, listen carefully first and then write date of liquidation 1st April 17. Okay. Now, can anybody tell me what would be the date before 1st April? 12 months before 1st April 17. Immediately if I ask you the date, you can tell me, yes sir, before this, the date is 31st March. I am writing here below it. From dash to date of liquidation 1st April 17. This dash, this date, I want 12 months before. 12 months before date of liquidation. Can anybody tell me today? Today what date is there? 23rd of February 2023. What was the date 12 months back? 1 year back, what was the date? Today is 23rd. So what was the date 1 year back? Okay. 1 year back date I want. Okay. I will give you one example. Think, understand the technique how to find the date 1 year back. Suppose if the year is ending on 31st December, what is the starting date of the year? First of, are you sure? If the year is ending on 31st December, then the year is starting on 1st of January. If the year is ending on 31st March, first, so now two examples you gave me. Year ending on 31st March, year starting on 1st April, year ending on 31st December, year starting on 1st January. Now, there is some hint here, there is some pattern. Based on this information, if I ask you what is the date 1 year back, today is 23rd February. 23rd February 23. What was the date 1 year back? 24th February 22. Now see how to find it. Pay a lot of attention. What is the next date in calendar after? Next date after 31st March. What is the next date? In calendar it is 1st April. If the year is ending on 31st December, next date in calendar. If the year is ending on 23rd February, next date 24th February. This next date is starting date, but 1 year back. So next date 24th Feb. So 24th Feb, but 1 year back. This is 23, this is 22. Understood? Everybody? So as a student, tell me, if you want to find out the date 1 year back, what should you do? Next date, but so now in this example, your date of liquidation is 1st April. What is the date 12 months back? 2nd April 2000. Don't bother about that. You are talking about 12 months. You are not talking about days. I asked you 12 months back. No, they will never end on 20th February. Don't worry. Okay? Now how to use this information I will tell you. And this is what is important. Please pay attention, understand the question, and accordingly we need to work out the answer. How to use this information, that is what is important. Okay? Now, first we will go through the question and then only I will be able to discuss something with you. Every time this changes. Okay, so look at point number 1. Government taxes payable for the year 15-16 and for the year 16-17. So government taxes payable is the first point. Write down point number 1. Government taxes payable for 2015, 2016, leave one line for 2016, 2017. Now, tell me for 15, 16, 20, 2000 and 21,000. So in total you write 22,000, 21,000. Right now we are not deciding preferential and others. You will wait for some time. We will discuss the legal aspects. Then leave one line, point number 2. Electricity and water charges payable to government on 31st March 17, 20,000. So electricity and water charges. Electricity and water charges payable to government on 31st March 17, 20,000. Then electricity and water charges payable to government on 31st March 17. Now, next, wages of staff Mr. A for 5 months at the rate of 4,000 per month. 5 months, 4,000 per month. 5 fours are 20. So, wages of Mr. A. Now, here you write 20,000, but with pencil. With pencil below this you write 5 months multiplied by 4,000. Write this with pencil, whatever I wrote with red marker. Then, next, wages of staff Mr. B for 4 months at the rate of 6,000 per month. Can you tell me how much will be total wages? 20. So, wages of Mr. B. 24,000. But again, take a pencil and write 4 months multiplied by 6,000. Then, next, accrued holiday remuneration of staff Mr. C, 21,000. So, accrued holiday remuneration of staff Mr. C, 21,000. Accrued holiday remuneration of staff Mr. C, 21,000. Then, next, compensation payable of 25,000 to staff Mr. D under Employee Compensation Act. So, compensation payable to staff Mr. C. How much? Mr. D, sorry, Mr. D. How much? 25,000, no? 25,000. Then, Provident fund and gratuity payable to Mr. E, staff Mr. E, 30,000. So this provident fund, in short it is called as PF, and gratuity payable to staff Mr. E, 30,000. Provident fund and gratuity payable to staff Mr. E, 30,000. Okay. Now we will discuss something about preferential creditors. What does law say? Okay. Pay a lot of attention. This is the legal part. So pay a lot of attention. Payment of government dues for taxes and cess or any other revenue. See, listen carefully. Payment of government dues for taxes, cess. Cess also means a type of tax only, or any other revenue. Now here the word government. Government means state government, central government, you can say corporation, state body, cooperative body, Zilla Parishad, village panchayat, everything means government. So whatever dues are payable to any government body, but within a period of how much? Before the date of what? Before the date of liquidation. Okay. Government dues 12 months before date of liquidation. That is important. Now look at what you have written. Look at what you have written. Date of liquidation is 1st April. 12 months before that is 2nd April 2016. So if anything is payable to government between 2nd April and 1st April, between these two dates, then it is preferential. If anything payable before 2nd April, it is unsecured. After 1st April 17, it is unsecured. Only in between 2nd April and 1st April, it is preferential. This is the law. 12 months before the date of liquidation, then it is preferential. If it is 12 months before, it is unsecured. If it is after the date of liquidation, it is unsecured. Both the things are unsecured. Only in that 12 months, it is preferential. Understood? That is the law. Now, tell me, taxes payable. Anybody tell me for 15-16. For 15-16 means, tell me, from which date to which date? 15 means 1st April 15, 31st March 16. Yes or no? And 16-17 means 1st April 16, 31st March 17. Correct? Now, all of you, put your mind there. Look at the legal aspect. This last date, check this last date, 31st March 16. Look at what we have written here. Tell me 31st March 16, is it between 2nd April 16 and 1st April 17? Or is it before 2nd April? Then this 22,000 is unsecured. Now see, if I only explain the law, then I may say 2 times, 12 months before the date of liquidation. 12 months before. You will say, yes sir, 12 months before. But when we look at the actual date and the amount, that is when your mind should actually work. Anything between 2nd April and 1st April, 12 months is preferential. Neither before 12 months nor after 12 months. It is preferential. It is unsecured. Only in this period, 12 months, it is preferential. Okay. Tell me, second amount, 21,000. Look at the last date. 31st March 17. Is it coming in between 2nd April and 1st April? Yes or no? Is it this 31st March 17, is it before 1st April? Yes or no? So is it coming in this 12 months? If it is coming in this 12 months, then this 21,000 is, it is preferential. Are Baba understood? Everybody? Come on now. Everybody look at point number 2. Tell me, electricity and water charges are payable to whom? But on which date? Is it 12 months before the date of liquidation? When will this 31st March 17 come? Is it coming between 2nd April 16 and 1st April 17? Is it within 12 months? Is it preferential? So 20,000 is preferential. Understood? Everybody? Suppose if they say suppose if they say income tax payable on 30th June 17. Look at the date. Look at the date. Income tax payable on 30th June 17. When will June 17 come? After 1st April. So it will become unsecured. Understood? Within these 12 months it should come. Clear? Now, third point is about wages to whom? Mr. Is Mr. a government? So is point number 1 applicable? Point number 1 is payment to whom? So point number 1 is not applicable. So now look at point number 2. Now this is the funny part of law. Okay. By reading we understand. But see what does it mean? Payment of what? To and workers. Not. So directors are not workers. Leave them. For a minimum period of how much? How many months? Maximum period, not minimum. Maximum period of how much? 4 months. But these 4 months must be, salaries and wages should have arisen within a period of, before the date of. means last 12 months that are outstanding, out of that 4 months will be preferential, maximum 4 months, remaining 8 months will be unsecured. So look at point number 3 and tell me wages of Mr. A is how much? 20,000. But it is for how many months? Maximum how much? 4 months multiplied by how much per month? So how much preferential? 16,000 preferential. So how much will be unsecured? How did you get this 4,000? Total is 20 minus 16, so 4,000. Correct? But with pencil, you write below this 4 months into 4,000. Have you got that 16,000? 4 months multiplied by 4,000. Now see. Tell me wages of Mr. B. So tell me, when they say wages of Mr. B, means Mr. B is our employee or not? How much is the total wages? How many months? So tell me, is this condition of 4 months satisfied? But look after the full stop, what are they saying? Amount payable to an individual should not exceed. Now tell me, Mr. B, total is 24. How much is preferential? Huh? Are you sure? Why 20,000? Maximum per person. So 20,000 preferential. How much unsecured? But below this in bracket you write max per person. I hope you now understand and interpret the law properly. Now tell me, for employees and government both is separate. They both are not same. Now tell me, next one. Very nice, very simple. Accrued holiday remuneration of staff, Mr. Now tell me, this point number 2 was about payment of what? But now what are you having? Accrued holiday remuneration. So is point number 2 applicable? So you have to look at point number. What does it say? All. What is this word? Is there any limit? Maximum per person? No. Months. That means how much is preferential? 20? 21,000. Full. Are you understood? What is next one? Compensation to staff. Mr. Tell me, is point number 3 applicable? So you have to look at point number 6. What is point number 6? Provisions of what? And so tell me, is there any limit? No limit. Full amount. 25,000 will be preferential. Are you understood? Next, tell me, provident fund and gratuity payable to staff, Mr. Tell me which point will be applicable. Point number, what does it say? Have they given max per person? Have they given any number of months? So, how much will be the preferential amount? Understood? Can you take the total and tell me how much will be the total of all the three columns? Total column, how much is the total? 1,83,000. How much is preferential? How much is unsecured? Okay, now see, this was actually a 5-mark question asked, but the problem is in exam, very few people remember that out of the entire syllabus, from which part have they asked this question. Okay, so now please listen carefully. In exam, how to remember preferential creditors? How to remember preferential creditors? Government. Okay, government dues between 12 months from date of liquidation. 12 months between or before. 12 months from the date of liquidation. There is only one thing to be remembered for government. Anything payable to government within 12 months before the date of liquidation. Employees. Employees, there are two things: salary and wages. Other dues. This other dues means compensation, provident fund, gratuity, holiday remuneration, everything else. For salary and wages, 4 months. And max per person, 20,000. Correct? And no limit. Only salaries and wages 4 months, max per person 20,000. That means that so many points are given, you can remember it in a nutshell by just looking at this much. Okay, now understand, only when you take a little more interest, you will be able to, exactly convert 7 points into a little short thing. That only this much is what you have to understand. Clear? This is preferential creditors. Very simple, very straight, very clear. Now, before we go for the next best thing, Today, before 1 o'clock, I will tell you the format to be done. I will ask you to make four formats and come. Write one page format. Okay, few lines. Now, before that, there is one another point to be discussed, which is something new for you. Listen very, very carefully. Listen very carefully. Suppose this is balance sheet as on 31st March 2023. Listen very carefully. This is the balance sheet as on 31st March 2023. You are having 50,000 equity shares of rupees 10, 5 lakhs. Okay. Now tell me, in this balance sheet, 50,000 shares, are they with one person or many persons? Many persons. Now listen, I give you an example. This 50,000 is with 4 people, A, B, C, D. Each have 10,000 shares. Each of them have 10,000 shares. Okay. And by the way, tomorrow from BOS Knowledge Portal of ICAI, download this particular chapter's theory module, study module. Okay, download that study module from ICAI Knowledge Portal. Okay, it is free, only your data goes. Now listen carefully. Listen carefully. This shares, 50,000 equity shares of 10 each, amount is 5 lakhs. Are these shares fully paid or partly paid? Tell me, in your calculator, 50,000 into 10 is how much? In amount column also how much? Does it match? Then it is fully paid. Then it is fully paid. That is how you should make out. Okay. But suppose if I give this amount as 4 lakhs, then this will be partly paid up. Why partly paid up? Because 50,000 into 10 becomes 5 lakhs, but now it is given 4 lakhs, so it is partly paid. Actually it is rupees 8 paid up. That means if you remember, your issue of shares, final call of 2 rupees is pending. Okay. Now listen very, 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 very carefully. This company goes into liquidation. So liquidator will sell the assets. He will sell the assets one by one. All assets he will sell. Whatever money received, he will pay all the liabilities. Shareholders he will pay last. Before that he will pay all outsiders. All outsiders he will pay. Correct? Now listen. If suppose asset is not sufficient to pay the outside liability, assets are say 50 lakhs, outside liabilities are say 52 lakhs. So is liquidator able to pay all outside liabilities? No. Out of 52 lakhs he can pay only. How much is pending? So the judge will tell liquidator, oh, 2 lakhs you are not having. Liquidator will say, no sir, I am not having. Okay, then judge will say, ask these people to pay. Their shares are fully paid or partly paid? How much per share is pending? So make a call. Ask them to pay. Okay. Now listen everybody. What answer you give me will tell me exactly how much of your concepts are very clear with regard to this particular calling money and paying money and receiving money. Okay? Suppose you are ABCD. You look at this situation. All assets sold, 50 lakh received. Outside liability, 52 lakhs payable. Money is not enough to pay the outsider. If it is not enough to pay the outsider, are shareholders going to get money or they will not get money? They will not get money. Now in this situation, company liquidator makes final call. So you will have to pay money to company. My question to you is, when you receive information from liquidator, pay, final call, 2 rupees per share, will you pay money or you will not pay? Will you pay? Are you going to get any refund? Liquidator will take money from you and pay whom? The outsiders. After that, will there be anything left? So are you going to get anything back? Will you pay money to liquidator? You will pay voluntarily. My shares are there, so or you will have to compulsorily pay. Are you sure? What if you don't pay? What punishment you will get if you don't pay? Your shares will be forfeited, means cancelled, means are you going to get your money back? Otherwise also, are you going to get your money back? In any case, you are not going to get your. So will you pay money to the company or you will tell the company, no, go forfeit, go? What will you say? Will you pay? Sure. See how your answer changes. How your answer changes. It means there are so many things to learn from this particular simple fact. Correct? No? Now listen carefully. If this is not liquidation, if this is not, punishment for not paying is forfeiture. But this is liquidation. Punishment for not paying is liquidator will come to your house, sell your private asset and recover money. This is punishment. Yes, because your shares, just a minute. Listen, listen, listen. Many people will say, sir, in a joint stock company, nobody can come to house. Only in sole trader and partnership firm they can come. Array, in a joint stock company, limited liability clause starts after the shares are fully paid. In this situation, the shares are partly paid. So until they become fully paid, your liability is unlimited. Just a minute, just a minute. Now, this particular aspect, I am sure nobody has discussed before with you. Because in your foundation or whatever you have studied so far, you have not come across liquidation. You are continuing with business. At that time, by giving a threat of forfeiture is enough. Today we are not continuing, we are closing down. If I give you a threat, Don't pay, then I will forfeit. You will tell me what you forfeit, we forfeit you. So that threat won't work here. Understood? Everybody, I told you before in this particular topic, listen, I told you before in this topic, there are certain things which you don't know about Companies Act. I told you there is lot of protection to outsiders. That is why doing business in India, for owners, it is not like everything is wonderland. If you are not performing, you will have to pay. Okay? Now listen. We go one step, two step forward. This is just the beginning of what we are going to discuss now. Listen carefully. Out of this ABCD, suppose somebody comes to you, chartered accountant, and that person starts crying and says, I don't want to pay, save me. Then as a CA, you will say, I can't save you, you have to pay. Go die. Are yes or no? Because that is the company law, you have to pay, otherwise they will come to your house and sell your private asset. I cannot save you. Tell me, if you tell like this, will you get clients or clients will run away? CA has a solution for everything or not? If you don't have, I will tell you. Listen carefully. And remember, after you become a CA, whenever you have any problem, in fact, your practical training and your understanding, see, basically, I don't know what all things you are now observing, learning on social media, these, that. But since you are in CA course, Inter CA has 11 fantastic subjects. If you use your time in understanding the subjects that you have, you will really enjoy the journey of Inter CA. Otherwise, it is bookish knowledge. Practical thing is something different. I can't relate the two. I can't enjoy. The day when whatever you see, whatever you hear, you are relating it with your studies, you will find, oh my God, the studies are actually what is happening in practical life around me. But that bridging of gap is something that an individual has to do. Your teachers cannot take you from the bookish knowledge to practical knowledge every time. It's not possible. That much time is not there. As a CA, you should advise Mr. A. If you don't want to pay, there is one way out. He will say, what way out? He will say, whatever private assets you have, Mr. A, private assets, whatever he has, you transfer it to your family's name. Mother, father, wife, children, sister. And then give an advertisement in newspaper that this family has no relationship with Mr. A. We disown him. Like that you give all newspaper advertisement. Correct? Now, liquidator will ask, pay money. You tell Mr. A, I don't have money. Mr. A will say, I will come to your house and I will sell your private asset. Mr. A will say, I don't have a house. Where do you stay? Marina Beach. Where on Marina Beach? Anywhere where there is place. Are yes or no? It means before liquidator comes to Mr. A shows that he has nothing. Liquidator will say, then how are you living life? Just like that. Whoever gives me something I eat, whoever gives me something I wear, you also do something for me. Are yes or no? Now tell me, is there a way to save ABCD? Yes or no? If the liquidator thinks he is smart, then CA says I am smarter. Correct? But now I will tell you what company law says. And as a student, see, as a student, understand the intention of our lawmakers. What vision, what thinking they had when the laws are made. Okay? Now please listen for 5 minutes very seriously. The explanation is lengthy, but the calculation on that is very small. In exam, they will not ask you any theoretical point, they will ask you only the calculation. Okay? Legally speaking, this ABCD are called as present contributories, or they are also called as list A contributories. In balance sheet, their name is coming. On the date of liquidation, they are the shareholders. So they are called as list A contributories. Contributories because they have to contribute money. The assets are less. So they will contribute. So they are called as contributories. Okay? Now listen. If A refuses to pay, B, C, D paid, but A refused to pay, then what company law says is something like this. Listen carefully. The liquidator will look into company's record and he will find out Mr. A purchased the shares from whom? He must have purchased shares from somebody, no? Suppose from the company's record, liquidator sees, oh, Mr. A purchased the shares from Mr. Q. Purchased from whom? Mr. Q. When was Mr. Q shareholder? Long back. We don't know. On 31st March 23, when the company is being liquidated, A is shareholder. Q was past owner, earlier owner, owner of shares before Mr. A. So, Mr. Q is called as past contributory. Which contributory? Or he is called as list B contributory. Which list? Company law says that if A is not paying, if liquidator can for some reason cannot get money from A, then liquidator will catch hold of Q, recover money from Q. That is company law. But there are some conditions. हाँ बच्चा, it is 12:38. Yes, listen, listen, listen. Now tell me, when the liquidation is taking place, silence. When the liquidation is taking place, is Mr. Q a shareholder or he is not a shareholder? Even then he can be caught. When that is done, it is called as past contributory, list B contributory. Okay? But there are certain conditions, because I told you before, there should not be any injustice to Mr. Q also. Only when it is legally justified you can take money from Q. You cannot do any injustice to any person. That will be the last thing that is possible. Okay, so what are these conditions? What is that law? It is given in our theory somewhere. Yes. Now see, it is given as in our condition, but our textbook language is difficult to understand. So I have simplified it and I have given you some conditions here. Okay? Basic conditions. First basic condition, company is what? That means company needs. If company does not need money, then there is no point in contacting either Mr. A or B or Q. Why call anybody if company is having sufficient money? So the first condition is what? Company is insolvent. Company needs money. Correct? So we'll do one thing. I will make you write these conditions. Okay? So give the heading. Give the heading. Liability of. Yes, silence. Liabilities of B list contributories. Liabilities of B list contributories. Liabilities of B list contributories. Then write down basic conditions. Basic conditions. Write down number 1. Yes. B list. B for Bombay. List. Contributories. B list contributories or past shareholders. So, point number 1, a little fast, I want to give you some format also. Company is insolvent. First basic condition, company is insolvent. So basically it means company needs money. Okay? The meaning of that I said means company needs money. If company does not need money, don't make a call. Don't ask anybody to pay. Plus, second condition, shares are partly paid up. Shares are partly paid. Means there is some unpaid amount. Means there is some unpaid amount. Now tell me, if the shares are fully paid, can you ask for anything more? You can ask only when there is unpaid amount. So the shares must be partly paid. That is the second basic condition. Plus, third condition, present shareholder. Present shareholder, into bracket, list A contributory. List A contributory. Bracket over, is insolvent. Okay. In our example, if A does not pay, then you will go to Q. If A is paying, then well, will you go to Q? Correct? So how many basic conditions must be fulfilled? If any of this condition is not fulfilled, then you cannot ask. Okay? Now, give the heading additional conditions. Additional conditions. Now, these additional conditions are to ensure there is no injustice to anyone. Additional conditions to ensure no injustice to anyone. Okay? Write down. First, transfer should have taken place. Transfer should have taken place within 12 months from the date of liquidation. Within 12 months from the date of liquidation. Okay? Now listen very carefully how to understand this condition. Tell me, the school in which you were studying in first standard, are you a present student or are you a past student? Are you sure? Everybody? Now listen. Suppose today when you go home, the principal of the school is coming to your house and telling your father that, look here, your child is very naughty. So your father will say, tell me something new. I already know my child is naughty. Then the principal will say, I will tell you, when your child was in first standard, he broke the class tube light. So today I have come to recover money. Then your father should say, thank you sir for coming to us, but you should have come early, no? You are coming after 12 years. Legally I cannot pay you because law says you should come within how many months? If you are coming after such a long time, then you only pay. Are yes or no? Otherwise next day he will come and say, when he was in second standard he broke tube light. There is no end to it. Law says if anybody wants to catch anyone, it should be within how many months? If you have sold more than 12 months, then you cannot touch it. Then it is gone. He is saved. Understood? Everybody? Then, second condition. Point number 2. Past shareholder is liable. Past shareholder is liable for liability up to date of transfer of shares by him. Up to date of transfer of shares by him. It means past shareholder is not liable for any liability that arises after date of shares sold by him. So I will wait for 10 seconds, read that point again. Past shareholder is liable for liability up to the date of transfer of shares. Means he is not liable for any liability that arises after he is selling the shares. Now listen carefully. Listen carefully. You are at present student in Inter CA. Yes or no? Now listen carefully. Your class gets over at 1. correct? But in JKSC, in this classroom, students sit up to 8:30. Next batch will come, no? Yes or no? Now listen carefully. If suppose tomorrow our office staff comes to your father and tells you that, see, yesterday when your child was sitting in the classroom at 6:30 the tube light broke, so you pay money. What time the tube light broke? What time did you leave the class? The tube light broke after you went or before you went? Can you be held responsible? Will you pay? But if the tube light is broken before 1, can you be held responsible? Yes. Look at what you have written. See whether you understand. Shareholder will be liable for liability up to date of sale. Today I sell, up to today whatever is liability, I am there. I am not responsible for anything that happens from tomorrow. Tomorrow I am not shareholder. I sold it today. See, read it properly. See whether you understand. Liable for liability up to the date of transfer. Anything after that, I am not liable. Is that point understood? Everybody, write down the last point. Point number 3. If there are if there are more than one past shareholders, if there are more than one past shareholders, then liability must be shared. Then liability must be shared by all past shareholders. Liability must be shared by all past shareholders in the ratio of number of shares. Now this last point, again understand properly. Listen, in this classroom, one tube light is broken. Okay, you are in the classroom, so you are liable. Everything okay. But tell me, one tube light cost 50 rupees and there are 100 students here. So every student will pay 50 rupees or everybody together will pay 50 rupees? Huh? That means you will say 50 rupees one tube light, 100 students, my share is 50 paise, so take my 50 paise. I will not pay more. If you pay more, it means it is injustice to me. Why alone I should pay? Collect from everybody. Are yes or no? This is the last point. Understood? Now the same thing is there in theory also, but the language used there is too dirty, too difficult to understand. For simplicity, we are going to use this. Okay? Everybody? Now, based on this, we need to do some questions, 2 questions in fact, but what I want you to do is leave 2 sides. 2 sides you leave for 2 questions. Okay? Now, after that, I want you to take side by side page. after leaving two sides, one side, one side. Wait a minute. First, let me get the pages correct. Okay, after you leave two sides, I want you to look at again side by side page. Okay, and on that side by side page, I want you to draw these lines. Side by side page. Left hand side also like this, right hand side also like this. Both the sides. Full page, full page. Lines like this. Left hand side page also, huh? No, but I will be doing tomorrow. Format I am giving now. Yes, second last bench. Is a broker. That doesn't make any difference. He is a shareholder, is shareholder. What work he is doing, we are not concerned. He is a broker, is his personal profession. Somebody is the owner of the shares, no? He is also an owner of shares, so he is just a shareholder. That does not change anything. Left hand side page, hey, left hand side page, you draw this line, fold your page and draw the to amount column on the left hand side as well as right hand side, both the sides. Left hand side like this, right hand side also like this. I don't know how to show the two pages side by side. I don't know how to split page. I don't know how to do it. Okay. Arey bhai, draw these lines. Have you drawn on two pages side by side? Do it fast. Show me. Array, do the lines like this. Okay. Now, tell me how many here are writing with their left hand. They are lefties. Okay, two students. You are lefty, left-handed. Now listen. Shh, shh, shh. Hey, very serious, huh? Listen carefully. Now, on one page, you have to write this format. one page you have to keep blank. Okay? But all students who are writing with right hand will write this format on the right hand side page, and those who are writing with left hand will write this on left hand side page. Hey, just a minute. Shh. Hey, listen. Those, arey what man, where to write also? Listen. This is left page, this is right page. Righty, right on right side. Lefty, right on left side. What to write? Wait. Okay. Shh. Now see. On one side, where we will write this format, statement of account, opposite side which is blank, we will be preparing working notes. So, all right-handed people on the right-hand side give the heading liquidator statement of account. And on the left hand side, lefties will give this heading on left hand side. The secret behind that will tell you tomorrow. You will have to wait up till that. Now, liquidator's statement of account as on. Then, left hand side give the heading receipts, right hand side payment. Liquidator, liquidator statement of account. Receipt side, write down point number 1, cash or bank balance. Cash or bank balance, leave 2 lines. Point number 2. Point number 2, realization of assets not specifically pledged. Realization of asset not specifically pledged. Then leave 5 lines. Leave 5 lines, and then point number 3. Surplus from realization of assets specifically pledged. Surplus from realization of assets specifically pledged. Leave 3 lines. Then point number 4, calls in arrears. For point number 3, I said leave 3 lines. Point number 4, calls in arrears, leave 2 lines. Point number 5, calls from contributories. Calls from contributories. Then payment side. Payment side, point number 1, legal expenses. Point number 1, legal expenses. Next line, don't leave any line. Next line, point number 2, Liquidator's remuneration. Liquidator's remuneration. Leave 2 lines. Point number 3, liquidation expenses. Liquidation expenses. Then next line, don't leave any line. Next line, point number 4, liabilities secured by floating charge. Liabilities secured by floating charge. Leave 4 lines. Point number 5, unsecured creditors. Unsecured creditors. Under that, A, preferential creditors. Leave 3 lines. B, other unsecured creditors. Leave 3 lines. Point number 6, preference shareholders. Leave 2 lines. Point number 7, equity shareholders. At least there should be 2 lines after this, and then total. Now listen, tomorrow I will not give you time to write this in class. Write 3 more times like this. 3 more times, same. 1 page blank, 1 page you should write. 3 times more, total 4 times. Okay, everybody? Yes, what did you want to ask? Just a minute, please. Some doubt, whatever doubt you should ask me. Correct. This we are talking about past shareholder. We are not talking about present shareholder. Past shareholder we are talking. Once he sells the share, his liability is over. After that, whoever is buying from him, his liability starts. That could be present shareholder. That depends upon situation. Okay. So we shall meet tomorrow. Unfortunately, today also no Xerox. God knows what is happening. Anyway, bye.